they had to do it that way because of bookkeeping, because they have so much debt from former pension obligation bonds. You're not going to like to hear this. Anyway, if they had left it alone, I don't know. I didn't get into it.
If we can kind of get started here, guys, we'll get.
Lathrop's calling me.
All right.
Identify what we're doing here.
Hey, Dan.
Thank you for this very
okay.
thoughtful gift.
Lathrop's on his way in about 2 minutes.
Okay. We'll start without him, but that's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of the Grand Traverse Board of Commissioners. This meeting is called for the purpose of reviewing the budget discussions that have been ongoing for the last 2 months plus, and trying to develop a plan as to where we go from here. We'll start with the roll call, please, Jackie.
Commissioner Inman,
Here.
Lathrop, Max Bauer,
Here.
Lathrop is on his way.
Rennie,
Present.
Thomas,
Here.
Chairman Wheelock.
Yes, ma'am. And Commissioner Limcool is excused.
Signatures on that.
Okay, this brings us to the first opportunity for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to make comment at this time? The TV stations or the sheriff? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward with the budget discussions. Provided for you today is a synopsis, if you will, of the hearing notes that were taken during the various departments. There's things identified in red that were things that we changed along the process and specific questions that were asked by commissioners. And I guess, like I said, the sole purpose for today's meeting is to try to develop a plan of where we want to go from here. And I guess the first question that I would have, is there any identified cuts, if you will, to the 2014 budget during the process? You know, because if we have identified something in this process that we're going to eliminate, then we can do that right off the bat, and that gets us a step up. So has anyone identified something specifically through this process that we wish to eliminate from the 2014 budget?
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
If it's possible, it would help me determine how much I think I want to get back to the Dan Lathrop, Charlie Rennie question is, what is the net number projected, that we think is projected, that we need to cut, if any, given the several scenarios that the administrator and Dean have looked at in terms of the replacement of revenue sharing, possibly having a lower annual payment to MERS because of our 25% return. And there were some other factors that the administrator and the Dean had mentioned at our previous meeting, that they were going to try, hopefully, to come back at this meeting with what they might see as a gap filler from the original shortfall, so we can have kind of a basis of, okay, this is now our net number, which we think we need to fill, and then maybe that'll help us determine, okay, now how do we approach the cuts? Would that be a good way of doing it?
We can do that. I guess my first question was there something in this process that you identified that we should not be doing, that we could cut off right off the bat? Because if that's the case, we might as well take care of that. And if not, then we go back into the discussion about, you know, where are we, where do we project we're going to be, and, you know, not only for the 2014 budget, moving forward into the 2015, 2016 budget. You know, if we're actually trying to get to that 3-year goal. But, you know, I guess, like I said, the first question that I had was there something that you specifically identified that we no longer wanted to do that we were doing? Chris?
For me, yes. I do believe that I understand that payroll is more than just cutting checks.
Okay.
But I do believe with technology, today's technology, and the firms that are available to do this, I think we should ask administration to bid it out And I may be alone here, and that's fine. So that's one thing that I would like to look at.
Payroll services then?
Yes. The other item that I would like to bid out is, I don't know how you would categorize it, but lawn care, mowing, groundskeeping. And I understand from the memo that I read this afternoon that Danny Brown is saying that he really can't get bids until after the snow is gone, and I certainly, you know.
Baseball season will be half over by then.
But I understand that, Sonny,
I know.
and that's fine, you know, but
Okay.
government, as you know, moves at a glacial speed. And if we're going to, you know, Herb, he's not here today, but clearly wants us to take a look at next year's budget as well. And I just think it's an opportunity worth exploring. Those are two items. The other item is I took a look at, and this is just based on personal observation, I took a look at the staffing for Parks and Rec, and the staffing has remained steady over the last decade or so, but the staffing has changed significantly in the fact that we used to have 3 full-time lifeguards, you know, a full-time clerk, et cetera, et cetera. We no longer have that situation. That being said, we seem to have an inordinate amount of clerical help over there, and I would like the Parks and Rec Commission to explore the possibility of reducing clerical staff over there. We used to do that with a great deal less clerical staff, much less clerical staff, 10 years ago. And I don't see that that has changed. Now, clearly, that would be a discussion for the Parks Commission and the Parks Director, but that's just something I'd like to explore.
Okay. Charlie?
Yeah, I think we asked Mr. Benda and Dean Bott about getting some numbers here. I don't see the numbers yet. I don't know why we should go after something we don't know what the number is yet. Now, I know we spend some money doing this payroll thing. I know we spend some money doing landscape work. I would like to see, if it's $150,000, we got something to work. If it's $20,000, why waste time looking at it even? I'd like to know what the numbers are on these areas we might want to do some outsourcing with.
Was that the same question I asked
Sorta.
Commissioner Rennie? You know,
Yeah, well-
really, what's the net number
Yeah,
if we've
so we
done a
have an
net
idea.
comeback from revenue
Dan, if
sharing
we-
and everything else?
Dan, if we can back up just a half a second, what I started the meeting with was to ask the commissioners during this process could divide or define any specific service that we were doing or anything we were doing in the 2014 budget that could be cut out for sure. Because if we can, then we don't have to look for that money. We can just make that decision and then move forward. Was there anything that you identified during this process that you thought we could specifically remove?
Well, yeah, I think, I agree with Chris. I think that the Parks, you know, board could look at reducing some of the clerical staff there, especially if the director would focus more on less community outreach and more on managing parks he does have already. I know Dave does what he does with one secretary. Why does the park director need 2? I don't know. So that is something I think about. I think in soil erosion, I'm involved in studying that right now. Not this board, but the board before this one made a decision to take soil erosion away from the Drain Commissioner and give it to the the county, and which is fine. But they were supposed to cross-train and downscale and thereby save money, and that has not been done. I think that some secretarial positions in there, I don't see why building code can't provide the secretarial work for soil erosion. So the way they're trying to, the way that they decided to save money was to do that cross-training and combine those two offices. That's never been done. So I think that's something that can be explored.
I think we can check on that, but I think you're going to have a statutory problem in that the construction code is an enterprise fund, and the people that are paid out of that fund can solely be doing construction code issues.
Well, you could have a person,
You know, we may be able to do something that's partial paid from one, partial paid
yeah,
from the other.
I'm sure something, I mean, I just don't think it's necessary. And also, from the studies I've seen so far, soil erosion is doing a lot of stormwater work. And that should be done not by the county, it should be done by the townships. So we shouldn't be paying people to do that when the townships should be providing it. Okay, and the other thing is community collaborative. I don't think we should pay 10 grand to them. I think if they want to get together, I believe they should get together, but I don't think it takes $10,000 from us. And I have a few other ideas, but those are the ones at the top of my head.
Okay. Chris?
And I would like to hear, as long as the sheriff is here, I would like to hear from him his opinion of eliminating animal control from the health department, eliminating animal control officers, and putting that money towards deputies instead. You know, I heard that most of the time, all of the time when animal control officers are not on their, working their 40-hour week, the sheriff's department gets the calls anyway. So why are we funding this when we could have deputies for that money and they're handling most of the calls anyway? Because let's face it, 40 hours a week is not most of the week.
Okay.
So if he wants to comment, fine. If he doesn't, I certainly respect that because I've given him zero time to think about this.
Well, what I'd like to do at this point is try to compile this list, and then we can have a
Okay.
discussion about the items that we've identified. Charlie?
Just offhand, do we really want to get down into this minutia right now, or do we want to talk about some generalizations and look at some bigger languages?
We can,
I don't know how you-
we can do both. I
Maybe we
just
should
thought
just-
if we,
maybe we should
my
discuss it.
thought was if we had identified things that we specifically were willing to cut out, then we start with that, and then we figure out what we got to go to from there. But
What's our number, by the way? Do we have a number?
we don't have a number at
Okay.
it this time, and maybe David will give us one here in a minute, but. Dick or Larry, did you have anything specific, or do we go back to Dick?
Not yet.
Well, the only thing I had wondered about, I'm not in favor of, based on explanation of Jen and Dean and our county administrator, how we do payroll and the complexity of payroll, I don't see how we can bid it out because we're running 13, 14 different businesses. It's not just like running one business. But I like the idea of bidding out the lawn mowing issue. And I think we need to be flexible if we do that, because we can't just bid it out to one, because we probably have 40 to 50, 60 different companies that have 2 trucks and 5 guys on a mower, and, you know, we want to split it up between 5 different companies.
Do it by bid.
We can do
And we
building
can
by
do-
building.
We can do it. We can do it that way, you know, because I can't see one company trying to ramp up to mow the whole county.
No.
It just isn't going to happen. So we would have to be reasonable about, hey, maybe we
Absolutely.
have 5, maybe we bid it out, and then the top 5, if they all agree to one contract,
We can bid it out by building.
and then just do it from there. So I like that idea. And then I think that's it right now.
Charlie?
As far as the payroll thing, you know, the reason there are companies out here that offer these services are because it's complicated and you have to look at it every day. There's many organizations with more than 500 employees that outsource their payroll stuff. We need to know what it costs us to do this payroll service. If it is no big deal, why even think about it? If it's a lot of money, I think we should consider it. And in this day and age, with rules changing every day and so forth, that's why there are specialists out there, exactly why they're there.
Okay. All right, Dave, you heard what they have. You want to start with the memos that we were provided? And
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to go through these and talk about them. I've got, you know, I mean, we looked at all these different departments of the county, and all of them have quite a few things associated with them, but I didn't see a whole lot of specific areas that we targeted to explore further for elimination of things. Other than the ones that were mentioned just in this conversation. There are a few others, and we could probably go over those. Under the county clerk, we talked about the position on consolidating the clerks. You know, this was at the clerk's idea. She had come up with the idea of consolidating the clerical duties for the courts, and the records keeping for the courts in the Hall of Justice. Right now, we're still working with the circuit judges on that, and we're not so sure that that's going to happen. The judge has already indicated he's opposed to the idea. He wants clerk to have a presence there. We can understand on motion days and some other days that are really, you know, maybe there's some more records to handle, but on an average day when there aren't motions going on or a lot of that activity, they have 3 to 4 customers a day. So why have somebody sit there to cater to 3 to 4 people who, the only thing that would happen is they'd have to go over to the Hall of Justice to file their documents. So we're still working with the judge on that, and we'll see where that goes, but I've approved a
And that
temporary
may be a
position.
discussion
You
we
got,
simply need to have with the judges.
Yeah.
Say, look, this is a decision that we have made in conjunction with the county clerk. We realize that, you know, you are also an elected official, but so is she, and so are we. I'm willing to have that conversation.
yeah.
I'll join you.
Well, that, you know, we may or may not save $44,875 on that position. We don't know yet.
Could, I don't know if it's appropriate to state it at this time, but could we ask our administrator to approach Peninsula Township to see if they're willing to take over Power Island? I've been trying to track down, I don't think Pete Correa is trying to avoid me, but I just haven't been able to connect with him. But there's a possibility that group, that's my township, and they've got a pretty good parks board there. They might embrace that idea and would save us considerable money. And I'll bet you they do a good job at it.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
I did speak with Supervisor Correa, and he did express interest and said, just let me know the time and place of the discussion, and just for your edification, I am having that topic brought up at strategic planning, the Parks Strategic Planning for the Parks Commission tomorrow evening.
Okay.
So that is going to be discussed by the board, hopefully.
So is a proper way to do this, though, to ask Dave to contact Pete? Is that a good way to get this, is the board interested in that?
You know, I think one of the things you probably somewhere along the way, and we need to go back and check the deed that gave the possession of Power Island to Grand Traverse County, see what kind of restrictions are on that. I know, for example, you know, the Twin Lakes thing that we've had discussion of, if Grand Traverse County does not operate that as a park, it goes back to the Harm Gilbert family.
Unless we get the family's permission to do something else.
Yeah, well, and it's more complicated than that,
I
because
believe
that's
you.
5 separate pieces of property that were donated at 5 separate times.
I believe you.
So my point is,
I've studied that deed extensively. It's very complicated.
Well, yeah, I think.
to make this happen, though, do I make a motion, and there's a second, and then Dave does it? I mean, how do we get it to work?
I guess we can handle that a number of different ways. First, I would think you would want to ask the Parks and Recreation Commission to consider that.
Okay.
Because,
Yeah, you're right.
you know, this is
Yeah.
a
You're right.
parks issue again, and Chris has already mentioned that it's going to be discussed
Okay.
at the strategic planning meeting of the Parks and
Yeah.
Recreation
Tomorrow.
Commission.
You're absolutely
I believe
right.
that would be the first recommendation, is if they come back with a recommendation that we consider this, you know, before they can give away county property or to anyone, Peninsula Township or anything else, they have to have our blessing, if you will.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think the first thing to do would be to have Parks and Rec consider that issue.
Okay, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the deed issue is an important one. I also think that there's a difference between deeding the property away, taking a multi-million-dollar asset and just giving it to another jurisdiction for $1 or whatever, or having them actually run the parks program or recreation program or whatever they're going to do on that instead of the county. If the deed says the county has to use it for a county-run recreational facility, then, but I don't think that the deed would say that. It probably has to be, it's probably preserved for the public, for the public enjoyment, and that, it's probably worded like that, which means that Long Lake Township could run Twin Lakes, and the county could enter into an agreement with Long Lake Township to run that park, and if we decide one day that we don't want them to do it anymore because we don't like the way they're doing it, or we want to do something else with it, we can terminate that contract and do something else with it. But it's still going to be in a public place.
Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have one other item, just to let you know. One thing that struck me during the budget hearings is that no department has more than one deputy director, with the exception of Commission on Aging. And that was a newly created position. And, what I've asked the executive committee to do is just put it on their agenda for discussion, whether or not they feel, and I'm pretty sure they're going to feel that they want to continue that position. My feelings are sort of wavering a little bit. We have wait lists at Commission on Aging, and as I look upon the history of the organization and how they handled things in the past, I'm leaning, I'm not there yet, but because I know the director strongly has always favored having 2 deputy directors, but I'm leaning towards asking the executive committee to take a look at whether or not that administrative money should not be put into services for our clients, for the taxpayers. That is going to be on executive committee at our next meeting. As Commissioner Rennie has stated a number of times, we do have wait lists, and I think we need to address them. I think he's correct on that item. And so I just wanted to let you know and the board know that I am taking a look at that through the executive committee at Commission on Aging.
Charlie?
Does that come through our general fund?
No.
Okay, it doesn't come through our general fund anyway. We had an interesting thing come up from the courts when we had our meeting with them, and something about around $300,000 is owed the county from tribal members. And I threw that by Dave Benda. Rather than cut, I'd like to go after the $300,000. How do we go about doing that?
Well,
I know it's complicated, et cetera.
yeah, and I have a meeting with the leadership of the tribe the end of this week, I think. I think it's on Friday morning. And we'll be talking about that. And Herb had the first conversation with the chairman last week, and we got some information together for him, which he passed on to the chairman, so we will all be on the same page. It's basically has to do with paying for the
That
cost
sort of-
of putting children into care.
That sort of
and-
thing, right.
Yeah, that hasn't been collected, and there's a little administrative, it's just not happening on administrative level, so we're going to talk that through and see where we can go with it.
Are you confident that there might be some reception, or?
I think that, yeah, I think I am
Appreciate you looking
confident.
into that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten to know the chairman pretty well, and I think that would be important to him.
Thank you.
Interesting.
All right. Anything else? Okay, then maybe we should go back to the list we started through and got down as far as
Sorry.
the first paragraph where the clerk talked about eliminating the position.
Sorry.
No problem. We don't have a cut and dried process of getting through this. That's why we're here today, is to try to figure out how to develop one. I agree with that.
There was a discussion about the prosecutor needing new quarters. And really not a lot, I mean, the prosecutor did give up a clerical position when he took over and reorganized his office. And he's to be commended for that. But they are jammed in there. If you've been through the prosecutor's office, it's not like any attorney's office I've been to. It's a lot tighter. And they seem to be okay with the idea of expanding into the work release facility if that was no longer being used as a work release facility, which it has not been for over a year now. When we got to the new jail discussion, we're overcrowded now, and it's been happening in more frequency. It goes up and it goes down, but when it goes up, we've got to board people out in other counties, and that costs about $30 a day per inmate. So I looked in, Commissioner Rennie asked, he'd like to know what the numbers kind of look like, because our jail is staff intensive the way it's designed. Doing rough figures, don't want to be held to this because it's really difficult to estimate how this works because you've got to design the jail and the sheriff's got to agree to all this, and we've got to decide whether it's going to be a direct supervision or an indirect supervision jail. What we do now is indirect. Direct is you put a person a corrections officer right inside the pod with 56 inmates, and they're there all day long. But I think the jail, the debt service on a 300-bed facility, which is what your former Blue Ribbon Commission came up with, they actually voted and said, we recommend that you build a 300-bed facility. That cost about, for us, it'd be about $2.3 million. It's about $100,000 a bed. So that's a $30 million bond issue, which would cost about $2.3 million at roughly today's interest rates. It might cost a little less than that, maybe $2 million, if the interest rates were lower. You're going to have at least $100,000 in operating costs, but you're going to save, and this is where the part that I'm not too sure about, anywhere from $750,000 to $900,000 a year in staffing costs. When you multiply that times 20 years, it adds up to a lot of money. But your net, you still got to come up with about
$1 million.
$1.6, $1.7 million a year in new money. Learned something really interesting from my meeting with the sheriff this morning, that Allegan County built a new jail, or they're in the process of building a new jail, and they're using an old big box store. They gutted it, but they're using all the steel and the brick, which is a ton of money.
Good idea.
Yeah, it's a really great idea. I was impressed. But I don't think we have one of those hanging out. I think they're going to do something with the outlet mall, so I don't think we have a big box to do that with. But, there's some ideas out there that could save some money. And then you're going to run into the issue of,
They can watch
you got the
movies all day.
the sheriff is in with the city police in one building right now, and do you build that space into a new facility? And if you do, where are you going to put it? It's going to be inside the city or outside of the city? A lot of issues.
Yeah.
And money. And
If I could just add a couple things there. As you know, that I had asked to have the issue of citing a jail put on the Public Health and Safety meeting for this evening, which has been postponed. I think we will probably go ahead and have the discussion next week at Resource Management. And what I had talked to Dave about is review the recommendation and the membership of the previous Blue Ribbon Jail Committee. Those people spent 15 months discussing this issue. We looked at what our needed capacity was by multiple different ways. If we could get some of those people to sit on the Citizens Committee, we already have a huge piece of the education part done. So, and they were a very, very good cross-section of our community. So we're hoping to look at that. And, what I'm going to ask you to look at, next week with Public Health or Resource Management is just a motion to put together a citizen committee to review the needs of the jail and the possible siting of a new jail.
Yeah, good place to
If
start.
we have to do that first. We can have all kinds of discussions about how much the jail is going to cost, how to design the jail, but if we do not site the jail first and establish what size jail we need, we're spinning our wheels. We have to do that first. Dan?
Now, Captain Hall talked about merging with another county and sharing a facility, and thought that might be an option. Has that been considered by the Blue Ribbon Committee?
It's been tried in probably 1,000 different places throughout the country, and to the best of my knowledge, it's never worked once.
Okay. Cool
I
enough?
talked to somebody from Wexford County about that.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're in the same spot that just about everybody gets, is they've got the idea, they've got the need, and they don't have the money. And they
Yeah.
can't get the jail millage passed. And, geez, if we were to go ahead with it, you know, they don't know if they'd be ready for us or we'd be ready for them, or,
Yeah.
Well,
I get
the comment that I will make to you is if we make a commitment to build a 300-bed jail, make a jail that we can facilitate housing special needs and female prisoners, we can rent out every empty bed we have, because there is not a jail in the state that will take special need and women prisoners.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, Sam.
Yes.
What would be your opinion on building just a facility for women and special needs, rather than a facility for everyone, and keeping the old one?
You're manning 2 facilities.
That's
You
correct.
lose your staffing efficiencies.
Okay.
You know, with an indirect, what's it been, 10 years ago, we went to Colorado and we looked at direct and indirect facilities. And there is no question that we can reduce our staff significantly per percentage of prisoners by
Okay.
going to an indirect staffing. You know, some of you have had the opportunity to look at the Leelanau County Jail. You can have one person sitting in the middle of 3 pods and there can see 150 prisoners, you know, and we don't have that.
Okay.
You know. Charlie?
If we did do this and we bonded it, would this be like a 20-year kind of a program, something like that?
20 to 30.
You know, we brought up during our discussion, I see the sheriff is here, the potential of some kind of consolidation of countywide law enforcement. And at the time we would build a new jail, put it at a different site, I would think we would look at a new law enforcement center even along with that whole package, wherever it may be. Because I think 20 years down the road, we're going to have an antiquated, I think it's antiquated now, to be honest with you, facility on Woodmere. And I think long-term, a consolidation of sheriff, city, and so forth might actually save countywide, the taxpayers, some significant money. And I think that should be part of that discussion.
yeah.
I know it's contentious.
Well, it's got to be in the city.
Well,
You're going to
whomever.
have city police, they're not going to want to go out on Lafreniere, because it's outside the city limits. They're going to want their police station inside the city limits.
I guess we could stay that
So we
way
have to
forever.
find
you
a
know?
site.
And that's a little bit more complicated too, in that the city charter requires that the city maintain its own police and fire department.
I understand it
required
would
by
be
the
a
charter. It would have to be
complicated,
made.
contentious
But the
issue,
other
but it could be some very big money involved.
Constitutionally,
yeah,
by state
absolutely.
law, the sheriff still has to hold an office in the county seat, which is inside the city of Traverse City. So even if we were to move up on Lafreniere or out on Supply Road and build a jail that would meet our long-term jail needs, the sheriff will still have to have an office within the city of Traverse City. That's a constitutional thing. We can't get away with it.
Does that have to be his main office or a
It
presence?
says he has to maintain an office within the county seat.
I think
Yeah, I
there's
mean,
a
it
lot
can
of
be,
money
That is the
that-
word.
it can be
isn't
an
it, Tom?
office downstairs
Exactly.
next to Kevin's that says sheriff.
I know what we spend on law enforcement, I know what we spend on our courts and jail, huge portion of our budget. There is money there to carve out, although you have to change some status quo things to do that. I think it should be looked at if you're going to spend $30 million on a facility.
Yeah. Good point.
65 to 70% of our budget is spent managing 3 to 5% of our population.
Incredible.
Okay, moving forward, that's the sheriff and the jail, the IT department. You know, basically, we talked about in this process, all of the computers that were purchased prior to 2009. And it's my understanding that XP is no longer going to be supported as of July 1. I think that's the date. I'm sorry, I don't remember
But, yeah, I
exactly.
mean,
I did get the email, but, you know, and we still have a lot of systems that are operating on Windows XP.
Yeah, and every time we try to upgrade any other system, all these systems have to be upgraded too, because, you know, the operating system, they're making it for Windows 8 now. Windows 7, you know, is about the last thing that's left, because all the other companies that base their systems on, you know, the PC operating system they've been upgraded to Windows 7, and now all the other XP and those earlier models just won't run these legacies, or these new systems. So, yeah, but I think we've put money in the budget to do this for 2009 back. Next year, we can do 2010 or earlier. I think, you know, we've got an amount built in for those kind of replacements going forward. And I think it's, you know, pretty close to a sustainable number. That's a good thing. And that's, you know, all those things were important in this budget process to make sure that they got into the budget, because they were the part of the structural deficit that was building on us. Just to jump forward, facilities, Commissioner Maxbauer already mentioned the snow plowing services. They really need to see the acreage, but I'm not sure if we can bid it out on acreage and sites, number of sites and the acreage at each site.
For mowing or for?
For mowing and.
Why
yeah.
couldn't you bid out like per building? I mean,
Yeah.
what is it?
Yeah.
You
we
could
can do
build
that.
out the Commission on
By the
Aging
job,
building. You know, they've got some grass there, not much,
Not
but
much,
a little
but-
bit.
Sure.
Uh,
Yeah, we can do this.
I think you're looking, if you're doing it, that kind of thing, you're looking at possibly grouping, you know, the office buildings per se, MSU, Commission on Aging,
Yeah.
the governmental center.
Yeah.
The civic center should be a piece by itself.
Absolutely.
You know, it's just too big of a piece
I
to
agree.
try to do any other way. The health department building, the public services building should be bid together.
And you'll get different size companies, you know, bidding on different size parcels.
But remember, you're
Right.
probably also not going to get consistent quality when you do that. I'm just
Do I make a
Throwing that
comment?
I would beg to differ, but go ahead.
First of all, I think we should let our facilities guy decide how he would bid it out. What
That's
makes
fine.
most sense, number two. And as far as the quality thing goes, if we get into the managerial business, we have to tell people what we expect. And they will perform what you ask them to do if you give them the boundaries to do it. If they don't do it, you get a new guy or a gal, whoever may be doing that. That's where we're heading, in my opinion. So I don't think quality really has to suffer. I think quality could actually be improved.
Okay.
Requires management.
Okay. So at any rate, he noted that the snow removal services have been bid out. Used to be with POP, and then it got moved over to Elmer's through the bidding process, and they do the 3 o'clock in the morning, all the lots, and then all we do with our equipment is, you know, 7 o'clock in the morning, they get out and clean off the sidewalks, and they clean up little spots that might get, you know, thick during the day, try and keep it, you know, passable. So, I mean, I think it's a system that works pretty well.
Lots have been plowed several times in a day.
Yeah, and you just can't, one of the things you can't do to, as far on the expense side, is how many times are they going to have to come and plow each of these lots? I mean, we found that out with the bid process with the Commission on Aging. They were going to bid it out. They did bid it out based on the number of times it was done in the previous year, and then the next year, they only needed them 3 times. So they, you know, it's not really a, when you bid it out, you're only paying for the times that it's done. You're not paying for them to work full-time or on the clock. So the way I think we've got it set up works for our needs. You know, our maintenance guys who do maintenance normally, they do snow when they need to. The maintenance of the ball fields, I think, you know, this is going to be kind of an interesting one, because I think we want them done we want those ball fields for the public, not just for the American League schedule. So you're going to have to cut them, there's going to have to be lawn mowing sometime. I mean, off-season, you know, in the beginning, because it grows till November most of the time. And, of course, people aren't playing baseball till then, but Still got to keep them trimmed, otherwise they get out of control. The utilization of prisoners, he's looking into that. Where are we at?
There was
And
also a
Utilization
mention,
of prisoners.
Dan had also mentioned the possibility of using some CMH clients for some of that general maintenance type thing.
Somewhere around here about.
I'm
here
not
we go.
sure,
We're right here.
whether that's something we can actually look at or have any way to utilize or not, We'd have to talk to Greg and see how that works. I don't know that they have programs per se to do that with, and whether they would want to implement something like that.
I think they might show some interest in that type of thing. It might be a little bit difficult to monitor. Don't forget, when you have people in groups working like that, those people have to be chaperoned, or whatever the word is. Now, if we have prisoners, or inmates, I should say, out doing work, and we have a full-time FTE watching them, you can get a lot of grass cutting stuff for $140,000. So I think we should
Well,
look
and
at what the cost is in reality as well.
And I think the sheriff will tell you that's one of the reasons that we don't have the jail work crews like we used to have too, for two reasons. One, the cost of the supervision became quite high, and in getting the people from point A to point B, but also the fact that in the jail situation, people that were in the jail, we didn't want out in the community. They
Exactly.
wanted to be in jail.
I'll make that point.
yeah, some of them don't want to go out.
Yeah, that's true.
What a novel idea.
Turn them loose.
One against the other.
No, although it is interesting that we've used Pugsley Correctional Facility workers historically for a lot of those services also. But is the state doing any of that anymore, Tom?
Oh, they cut that back.
I think they cut it out a year ago, 2 years ago.
I think it's been 2 years.
But that was a good deal for us.
It was.
And then when that went away, then.
I think, did you bring that
But
up,
again,
Bob?
that was a matter of the supervision
I'm sorry.
costs.
I think Tom brought that up out at Pugsley here at our last quarterly meeting, and the warden pretty much stated, we don't do that. And
Yeah,
there
it's
was
been
various
covered in the
reasons
budget.
for that, but that it can't be done.
30,000 people to keep track of it.
That, and some of those characters out at Pugsley, are pretty rough.
Not the, their facility is not unlike our jail. The people that are there are not the same people that were there 10 years ago.
Right, good point.
That's for sure.
Um,
Half felons, bunch of women.
Yeah, I think we've taken care of the, whether or not the Pugsley thing could be reinitiated. That's pretty much a no. What should we talk about in regard to the capital improvement fund budget?
I don't know what to do with that. It's, what we're going to try and do is we're going to set up our, dust off the 5-year plan in the 2015 budget. We're going to include that. And just make sure that the numbers that are requested are in line with what was in the plan. And, add any new things that need to be added. We just went through an interesting exercise. I've got the capital improvements pretty much set up for all these buildings now, including the old health building, and I sent that over to Corey Hansen, who's looking at the health building as a possible location for their new program, their PACE program, through, it's an independent living type program. And he's considering that. But it has exactly, what the air conditioners, the chiller, the boiler, the carpets, you name it, every piece of equipment, the VAV boxes, every one of those is on a schedule, and where we are on the schedule, when it was replaced, and when it has to be replaced next, and how much money should be set aside for it, and, so we've got that now. I think that's going to be a great addition to the plan, and we'll be able to put that together in the 2015 budget. Hopefully, I can, as I get through the operating expenses for this year, I'll have the numbers for that capital, the big number, to do the 3-year budget, which I plan on bringing to you next week. At least, picture of where we're headed with different scenarios. And, yeah, I think we're going to have to set aside somewhere around $150,000 to $150,000 additionally for capital improvements, because we just haven't funded a whole bunch of things for a long time. Annually. We're just
And
going to have to
we do
include that
have
as-
seated a capital improvement committee that meets on an as-needed basis, and probably once we get this new information all compiled, we should probably, gather together those folks. I sit on it, John Sykes sits on it, Danny Brown sits on it. There's several staff people, and I think I am the county commissioner that sits on that board. And we should get together and just kind of review that and make sure that the 5-year plan is still the 5-year plan.
Who calls that?
I think John Sykes. I think the county planner chairs that committee, if my memory is correct.
Is that like a subcommittee of this board, or?
Well, this board appointed a member to that committee.
Okay, how long has that committee stood?
I don't know, I've been on it probably 10 years.
Okay.
Do you remember when they last met?
When they last met? Yeah, I know exactly when they last met. So we met the last time when we looked at remodeling the former health department building compared to buying a new one.
Oh, all right.
We had multiple meetings and looked at the different options, looked at an old set of prints that were around about the addition, and then we had a joint county board meeting out there, and we looked at the possibility of, as you remember, the lower level addition and the upper level addition. And, yeah, and it was a disaster. But anyway,
And I
Chris,
guess
go ahead.
what I want to add is that the county jail, I think I don't think there's any dissension in anybody's ranks that we need a county jail. The one that we've got is antiquated, it's landlocked, it's got a lot of problems, and it's not as safe as it could be because it's the little nooks and crannies. I mean, it seems like, and we've outgrown it, and we're starting to board prisoners now quite regularly. One policy direction is we are, get the board to say, we are going to build the jail as soon as we can get the, financing together and get everything together. I'm pretty sure that nobody's in favor of trying to get a millage for a jail. I personally would never recommend that. I think it's a part of our government, and it's a cost of government. That's what they give us the general fund appropriation for. It's for the jail. It's for mandated things and jail's one of them. So, we need to start setting aside money for that. We need to look at our budget process and say, we need to set aside X amount of dollars next year. And that would help me. Find $200,000, put it inside, and we'll appropriate to a jail construction fund or a jail whatever fund. We can use that money to hire an architect to start talking about what kind of facility is this going to look like, what do you want included in it, this is how much it might cost, give us some cost analysis, and help us to, shepherd us through the process. But you can't do it without putting some money aside to do that.
The first step in that is, I believe, the discussion that we will have next week about a committee to site the jail.
Yeah.
And then a commitment by this board to move forward with the siting and construction of a new jail.
I'm glad that you brought that up. It's been on my mind ever since I visited that jail. It is truly antiquated. We need to change that.
And we have some pretty good models and drawings for some pods that were originally proposed to be constructed as an addition to our existing jail, which was never my choice, but it was, there were people at the time that thought we could do that and get us another 150 beds in that with 2 pods in that parking lot, but I'm not sure where anybody was going to park anyway. But, the other thing about that is if the jail is no longer there, then we gain some parking space. We gain the opportunity to provide adequate space for the prosecuting attorney and those kind of things, which are also needs that we have. So, I think that absolutely is something that I'm hoping that this board will move forward with next week, is site with a commitment to site and build a new jail.
So we can build a new jail, and then we can put the prosecuting attorney in the old jail?
I'm not sure it works quite that way.
Oh,
All right,
I'm
just-
surprised Bob isn't running over here now.
Joking.
I agree with our administrator. I don't think you should have a jail in your government campus, to be honest with you. It is old, it's antiquated. We can show that requires more personnel costs, that sort of thing. Over time, that pays for the jail. As far as the prosecutor's office, I think we should make room in this building, and when you knock the jail down, knock that ranch house down with it. Do with what then you want to do with it, parking or whatever. But both those facilities are antiquated, period.
Chris?
When the Capital Improvement Committee does get together, before you do, I would ask that you contact our Parks Director. He has got, and the only reason I know this is because I've been cleaning out files while my husband's gone. He has got a very, very good detailed list of capital improvements for parks. And if memory serves me, it goes out to like 2019 or so. I don't know, some astronomical year ahead. But I would ask that you please ask him for that little spreadsheet thing that he's got.
Dick?
Well, the jail could be built out here and keep the parking lot too. You just go up one story and park underneath it.
Generally, you will not get the Department of Corrections to approve a jail that has a parking structure underneath it.
Well,
Doesn't mean it can't be done.
but the other thing is,
Not if the Department of Corrections won't approve it.
the other thing
security
is that I think this is something we should be moving on while the bond market is as low as it is. Because if we wait too long and fool around too long with getting going on a jail, it's just gonna cost more because of the price of the bond.
That will be also part of next week's discussion. Okay. So, is there anything else in regard to the capital improvement fund we need to discuss tonight, Dave?
No, I don't think so. Just in general, we are working now to put together the big picture on the capital improvements throughout the county so that we know about what number we need to start setting aside for all of it. And, based on where they are, where the big ticket items are in their lifespan and, how far behind the 8 ball we're on, where we are on those. So we're going to try and come up with this is the number. If you really want to be sustainable, this is the number we've got to come up with.
That's right.
Planning, you asked about TIF capture districts. There are some things going on with this, but right now, with Next Michigan, we're actually going to be one of the units that are setting up. Next Michigan is going to be one of those groups that's going to put together a TIF plan for this, that, or the other thing for these businesses that are multimodal. But we've held meetings with these taxing jurisdictions, including the Commission on Aging, and Pavilions, and Beta, and NMC, and we had 2 or 3 meetings with them last year about, what it means to them. I mean, TIF is a really good thing. When you have a empty lot or you have a beat-up building that, you want to renovate or whatever, and it's going to take some infrastructure improvements, say you want to do, for 8th Street. 8th Street is prime for a TIF district. I mean, you got some places that need to be cleaned up and upgraded and, nice sites for development, and you've got to put the infrastructure in to make that happen. So you set aside the tax money, the development happens, these things sprout up, and they get put back on the tax rolls, and everybody wins. I mean, they wouldn't have made very much money without you putting the money into them to make sure that they could grow. We are telling them, we've had meetings to tell all the taxing jurisdictions, you need to understand what the plan is, how long it's going to go, you need to agree to do that. You need to opt out when they say, we're going to put in this TIF plan. That's great. We'll put it in if we have an agreement with you to do that. And it'll be the 20-year, you say you want it for 20 years and you want to do this, 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 and this. It's going to cost this much money. Great, we're in. But when that's all done, You want to put something else on the list, you got to come back to us, and
Well,
so
and
the
that's-
next TIF district that comes across my desk is going to, we've already got a policy.
Yes, thank you.
And we're going to automatically say, we need an agreement before we'll let that happen.
Okay. And that is the prime example of that is the TIF2 district in the city of Traverse City, because that's up for renewal in 2015.
Yep, end of
you know.
2015.
And there's a possibility that, there's been some discussion that the city's going to extend that TIF district.
Well, they
So,
will.
The problem with that is, they're not only giving away tax money to them to recover it to the Downtown Development Authority, they're giving away taxpayer dollars from Grand Traverse County.
I know.
Traverse City Public Schools, the library, the college, and everyone else, and we don't have a say in that. And so we need to, every opportunity we have, we need to put pressure on the city commission to at least consider our opinion when they extend that TIF2 district. I think you're probably right, Chris. I think they will extend it.
I think they will, because once they dissolve it, they can't get it back. But to his credit, Ross Richardson has stated publicly that he is in favor of eliminating the TIF, but I believe he's in the minority.
Well, I think you're probably, I'm afraid it is going to be renewed.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Wonderful.
Unfortunately, it's renewed without our authorization, and yet it still costs the citizens of Grand Traverse County a lot of money.
That's my point.
Pretty soon they'll be able to pay
Certainly
the
does.
sidewalks with gold. Because that's a lot of money. The additional value since that thing has started is huge. And, that's one of the problems with the TIF legislation. It just goes on forever, the way it was originally worded. And the reason is that cities outnumber everybody. They have a lot of lobbying power and a lot of pressure to be able to put on the legislature, and they say, no, we don't want you to take that out of there. We want to be able to do whatever we want with that money. We'll take the county's money and the college money, and we'll take the beta money, and we'll keep it here, and we'll use it right here. We'll put gold sidewalks in.
Yes, they will.
I mean, because the
Painted teardrops.
project is
Free
the
Wi-Fi,
original
whatever it
purpose
takes,
is
you
over
know?
with. Give us the money.
It will tax our residents double.
86th
selling.
District Court.
Anything you want to talk about that? I mean, we had a lot of interesting discussion with them.
We've had a lot of discussion about the DK security contract, and the fact that we have armed corrections officers in the courtrooms, and we have security outside of the courtroom. But, under further study, I think it's been painted out that there's a statutory requirement that officer is in that courtroom. He is not responsible for anything that's outside of that courtroom. His responsibility is the security within the courtroom.
Okay.
Now, I don't know that person has to be a licensed corrections officer, or we could contract bailiffs or something like that, which would be another whole labor force, if you will, that the sheriff and HR would have to establish and decide if we want to do that, if there's truly a legitimate savings that we think we're going to save from that.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I neglected to ask this question, at least I don't recall asking it, and it just may be a senior moment here, of the judges. Are they in session? Do they have court session every day of the week? And the reason I asked that is I noted when I was reading our notes that Antrim County only provides additional security at the door when court is in session.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
And why not?
Well, I think in the district court situation,
They're there
we
every day,
have,
yeah.
So the weapons
what
can't be
we have
pointed.
an awful lot of other county staff in that office building that are also dealing with people, whether it be the clerks or
Probation,
the
parole.
probation
Court.
officers and traffic tickets and friend of the court issues and, the magistrates and all of those.
Well, I can see I'm going to lose this argument, so I'll drop it.
Well, I don't, and, everyone has heard me talk about the toothless dog at the front door. I just,
It doesn't take, if there's a premeditated crime,
it
doesn't take a whole lot of extra thought to plant a weapon. If you can walk in the door with a weapon one day and you're going to get
You can
screamed
sit
for it the
outside
next.
with one.
Well,
I mean-
that's what's been happening in the ones that are monitored, but, where
I-
weapons screening takes place.
Look, I know I've lost the argument, so let's move
I
on.
think for me, I have less problem with having the security at the door than I do having that person be paid a little bit more and have an armed guard at the door that could be of value to me if I had a problem. I guess that would be my thought. If I'm paying security at the door, I'd like to have someone that was there that was armed and capable of helping me if we did have a problem. Charlie?
I know over there, what was it, a couple of years ago, we had an incident where a knife was drawn or something, and one of the security guys was able to wrestle that. I think we gave the guy an award here or something like that. So things do happen as security in court buildings.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think you necessarily need an armed guy there. I believe this gentleman that took care of that other situation was retired law enforcement or something, doing that as a part-time thing. I don't think we should take any security out of any court. I just don't think this is the day and the time for it.
I agree with you.
I do want to note that I didn't say this. Said I commented on the impact of attorney fee legislation for 2014. Well, I probably did do that. But then I think they said we were well positioned, but the county will be bidding this function out. I think we have bid it out in the past, but the new legislation may require that state's going to tell you who you're going to get. So it's, the judges are really concerned about that, but it's, right now, they were supposed to appoint a blue ribbon commission of some sort, and they were supposed to come to some conclusions, and that hasn't happened yet. It was adopted a year ago, at least.
Yeah, at least,
So they aren't moving real fast on implementing this.
Okay.
well, the
Thank
problem
you.
is the state's got to pick up
Took me a minute.
pick up their checkbook if they're going to enforce some of that legislation that was passed, too. And that's not happening.
Health Department, I think all the big discussion, I think that we learned a lot about Health Department services, but the animal control was the one that
Jake.
we thought about, and I think Commissioner Maxbauer's already talked about her points that she'd like to raise. And then there's cat licenses.
Dickie do.
What was that again?
Cat licenses.
Cat
Dickie
license.
Do's cat license.
I say let's go for it.
I've been saying that for 20 years.
I'm dead serious.
Sure.
The city of Traverse City has a huge feral cat problem. It really does. Yeah.
They're all over the place. And they have to catch them just probably as often as they do dogs.
I don't think they do catch cats,
When they get a
Much.
complaint, they do.
but
They pick up.
How would you? Then you have to enforce it
Yes, that's true.
And then where are you going to put them?
in the old jail with the prosecuting attorney.
all right, I tried that. I tried.
Headline, 7 and 4.
I think we're going to lose that one.
We talked about the, I'm not sure, we receive about $85,000 in license fees for dogs annually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure exactly if that number is correct, because those
Yeah,
are all
that-
3-year licenses, right?
Yeah, it's 85,000 total,
Per
It goes
year.
1 year, 2 year, 3 year licenses.
And costs about $100,000 to operate the program. Maybe we look at other numbers. I guess the one comment, and Chris, you mentioned earlier, not closing the animal control and having the deputies deal with it. The one thing that, at least from my perspective, I am not going to ask a deputy to put an animal of any kind in the backseat of a patrol car.
You're right. Absolutely.
But what do
because
they do evenings and nights and weekends?
They don't take the dog into possession. Right, Tom?
Very rarely, depending on the situation.
But, you know, it's just, there's just no way that I'm gonna put an animal in the backseat of a patrol car and an hour later have to put, you know, a lady and a child from an automobile accident in the patrol car to keep them out of the weather. I'm not doing it. You know, it's,
Yeah, it's kind of a tough situation. We have to, I mean, I think you're providing a minimal service right now, right? It's at
Right.
minimal level.
Right.
And the question is, do you want to provide it at all?
Well, if you don't, you're going to get calls.
Yes, you are. A sheriff's going to get calls is what's going to happen. And if you
We get the calls
move this
already.
all over to the sheriff's, this isn't a priority for the sheriff. I mean, it's just not.
Well, I understand that.
Dan?
Are we talking about dog licenses?
No.
Okay.
No.
No, they're funded with dog licenses. The licenses are sold by the county treasurer's office.
Okay.
And we have put together a program in place where licenses can actually be issued by a number of veterinary clinics throughout our
Right.
community where the people actually purchase the licenses there rather than have to go to the county treasurer's
And they
office
do.
when they pay their land taxes. And I believe anymore that's the way the majority of the licenses are sold.
Right.
You know, I can remember years ago having to go to the county treasurer's office to get a dog license.
And that money's used to,
Offset the cost of animal control.
okay. Thank
That
you.
money is allocated from the treasurer's office to animal.
Okay.
Lost that argument, too.
Well,
Which takes us back to cat
you know,
licenses.
the bottom line is, what we're doing right now is probably the minimum service that we can continue to do unless we're going to eliminate it altogether. And if you eliminate it altogether, you better be prepared for the arguments. You know, about 6 or 8 years ago, we had the discussion about eliminating animal control.
We had the
And
room
we
filled.
had standing room only in the hallway. Didn't we, you know, and I think you've seen a lot of people here the day there was a rumor that we were gonna close the swimming pool. It was just like that night.
Okay,
It was unbelievable.
I
well,
remember that.
in the
It's
words of
exactly how it
Gilda,
worked.
never mind.
Okay.
Other than the soil erosion, it doesn't look like there was anything other than, as the construction kicks off, we're gonna need, this was soil erosion and construction codes, it looks like.
There was, if I could back up one, there was a note here that Chris had made a note about, the health department talked about eliminating landlines and looking at cell phones for some of our staff.
Yes.
I think, you know, we can ask Randy in our IT department to look and see whether that makes any sense for some of our other departments. You know, the construction code office is one that comes to my mind because, you know, those inspectors are out all the time. Is there some reason, you know, if you want to reach an inspector in the office, you got to make it before 8:30 in the morning. So, you
Yeah,
know, it's,
so why have a landline?
why the landline for?
I spoke with Randy, and they have looked at this and tried to figure out who this would work for and who it wouldn't work for. And there's quite a few issues. We can get them in here and talk about it if you want to hear all the details. But he says we have looked at, you know, we do it when we can, but there are just too many things going on that you can't get the voicemail piece, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. And he said that they had looked at all these different nurses, and only a few of them we could actually do this with. The rest of them have to have a base phone.
Yeah, but what about,
Part of the system.
what about different departments?
Different departments, it can happen.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah,
what
I
I think
think-
that's
I
what
think
Sonny's
construction
What I'm
saying.
codes
saying
is
is
a great
we just
idea.
need to look at.
That's what
we need
Sonny's
just
saying.
take an overall view, you know, as it's possible to look at all of the departments across the board and see whether it works. You know,
Yeah.
how many lines do we have going into the courthouse? And, you know, and
Yep.
how many people do we have there?
Okay. I think it was, other than the fact that I asked if construction code dollars could be used to pay for soil erosion costs, and the statute prohibits it. And I do have some news for you, though. the Senate passed the $40,000, the $40,000 we're going to lose in personal property taxes.
Yes.
In taxable value. The Senate voted yesterday and easily approved the fix for that, so that we will be held harmless for that. So, right now, it's set to expire, and the first $40,000 of taxable value they're going to pay no more personal property tax on it.
Right.
Locals were just going to eat the cost. They introduced legislation to fix that so that the locals
Oh, that's-
get held harmless.
That's the personal property tax exemption,
Right.
first $40,000.
Yeah. So that's a good thing.
Go ahead, Charlie.
There was a interesting little article on the radio this morning. A fellow was down talking about that exact issue. It said these local units will be made whole. Pretty much said that will happen.
That'd
So
be great.
that is good.
Yes, I mean, and all, that, revenue sharing, didn't expect that. We didn't expect that they were gonna fix that. They told us they were gonna do that, so we've been baking into our projections, the ones that caused our $1 million deficit, a loss of $700,000 in revenue sharing, and a loss of $150,000 in personal property tax. So, I mean, we're getting right close to that $960,000 number. Plus the fact that we, came out on top at the end of the year. So we had some nice, pleasant surprises if they make it all the way through the legislature in this budget process. We'll know in June, I guess.
Dave, did we have any estimate as to what this veterans property tax legislation is going to mean to the county?
Bob was here.
I have to get that from the treasurer. It's,
Is it any kind of a number, or?
yeah, I think it's a kind of a number.
It is?
Yeah, for us.
Okay, so we need that number?
Yeah, I'll get
I
it.
mean, that kind of comes off
I'll
those
get it
other
for
two
you.
you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Probably not going to get any better this year.
Well, at least we're seeing some positive effects coming from the state instead of years and years of negative
That's
effects,
important.
which I think is an important trend that, the reversal of a trend that's really been piling up on us pretty bad over the last number of years, so.
Well, we can thank our state association, MAC, for helping us go to bat on
We're
that.
working.
Good point.
Yeah, they are. They're doing a heck of a job.
Okay.
Are we still under soil erosion, or where are we at?
Well, I don't know. What did you want to talk about with soil erosion? I
Well,
couldn't see anything.
I noticed, and we got some great reports about soil erosion permits up 56% over the year, and building permits are up and all that kind of thing.
No, they're not up, though. That's one thing I want to say, is the permits are not up. They've made more money, but their permits are not up.
Over last year, I believe they said that on a longer basis, permits are going up.
That may be so for
Okay.
building, but it's not so for soil erosion.
I'm just reading the report. My point is bigger than that. Are we doing everything we can in the construction code office to make this a smooth process to get people to come in here and want to do some development? I talked to an attorney here not too long ago. He said, we're having a lot of problems. We're not going to fix this revenue problem by putting a camera in the clerk's office or something. It's a great idea, but we need to do more. He talked about a couple units downstate that went through this sort of thing. One was Troy, Michigan, I believe. And talked about a total revamp of the construction code office and what that did to stimulate economic development in that community. And I know we're up, numbers look good, but Sonny's talking about increasing staff, that sort of thing. But instead of them being up 50%, I think we should work to get them up 100% or something. Not look at what we have, but do more to entertain more development in the area. And I think the construction code office could do still some more work as to how they receive the public and how this process goes down.
To follow up on Commissioner Rennie, the stories I've heard downstate and around the country with going to Mac and NACO is that a number of construction offices are having applications submitted electronically, and the forms and the information is narrowed down or shortened to the point of common sense information, and that the approval process is much quicker and less complicated. And if we're not doing that, I think we should be looking at it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, at least.
I just want you guys to know, I'm doing a study on this. I'm not done yet on the soil erosion, and I will be bringing this board some information about that.
If, You know, from my perspective, if there's a piece that we're having trouble with in our construction code office, it's our plan review process. You know, I think that's where we get drugged down really, really bad on some of our projects.
That's
You know,
important, though.
I hear that from a lot of different contractors in a lot of different places, you know, both from individual homes and from bigger developers, that our plan review process kicks our tail.
I hear that a little bit too. That's
Yeah,
my point.
So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe we need to look at that. Chris?
I don't know if this is in line with what you're speaking of, but I heard from a business owner within the last couple of weeks. And what happened with him is the construction code people came and told him what he had to do to his building. And he tried to get construction code to come back and take a look at it after they were done. And they wouldn't come, and they wouldn't come, and they wouldn't come. And he finally sealed the thing off. I mean, this was a business who wanted to do business. Construction code finally came and threatened to shut him down. So, you know, I don't know if that's what you're talking about with planning. I'm not familiar with, when you say there's problems with planning, I don't quite understand where you're going. I'm not a
There's
mechanics person
There's
here.
two different pieces that happen. I don't know that this is the place, but anyway, there's two different pieces that happen when you're going to do a building project. First, you submit for the building permit. All right. The plan review happens when, once you make application, there's a department that reviews what you're going to do. All of that has to be done before a permit will be issued. And they get into whether you have a fire prevention plan, and all of that comes part of that plan review. And that is one piece. As far as the permit is done and you've called for an inspection, to the best of my knowledge, I haven't heard any complaints recently about not getting inspections in a timely fashion. So
I have.
You know, I'm not saying they can't happen, but I haven't heard a lot of that. But I knew that the plan review process is what I've heard a lot of.
Okay.
The issue, and I've dealt with that personally a couple times, and actually went over to.
I got a complaint on them, but it turned out to be a Leelanau County complaint.
Well,
Mine was in
Wasn't
downtown
mine.
Traverse City,
Oh,
so.
okay.
yeah, and
Mine was not Leelanau County.
I've went to the point that I've went and knocked on the door and say, okay, this is what we are going to do, so, but having worked with the code for a couple years now, I generally know what we have to do to make everybody happy, and it's just trying to get it done right. Okay, so is there, soil erosion is separate from construction code, and we need to remember that, when we talk about that whole office, because of the fact that the construction code is such an enterprise funding, those fundings can only be used for one purpose. County treasurer, was there anything in here that anyone had a problem with? Commission on Aging, Chris talked about the possibility of eliminating the second deputy director. I guess
Well, I'm just
same
bringing.
time, same channel, at a later date, we're going to hear something from the Commission on Aging Board in that regard.
Yeah, and I'll let you know what the committee says.
And again, even though, and I guess the only comment that I'll make in that, those are not general fund dollars.
No, I know, but
But
they are
at the same
taxpayer
time,
dollars.
they are taxpayer dollars of the citizens of this community. Citizens of this community elect us to protect their taxpayer dollars.
You bet.
And I have a little problem occasionally, and specifically I have problems with the Commission on Aging when they talk about their money. It's not their money. It's the citizens of Grand Traverse County's money. It's been allocated to provide service to the seniors of our community, and we are the elected individuals that oversee the taxpayers' dollars.
That's why I'm bringing it up, Sonny.
Charlie?
And one thing about Commission on Aging, I did notice with these waiting lists and so forth, they seem to have a rather large fund balance. And I know we talked about that before, and the rationale behind it.
Didn't make any sense to me
I
then.
understand.
It still doesn't make
I
any sense to me
understand.
now.
Well, with waiting lists and so forth and large fund balances, that seems like they don't go together that well. That's the only thing I would say to Commission on Aging. I know they're millage funded.
Anything else in regard to Commission on Aging? Parks and Rec.
Commissioner Thomas wanted to see people pay a little bit more for the pool, and they seem to be willing to do that. But I think the Parks Commission will have to take
They
it-
already said no.
No,
Parks
keep them the
Commission
same.
said no?
Yeah.
No to what?
They went with just the standard across-the-board 5% increase, like every other department is, for this year. Beyond that,
Okay.
it was, and I did report this to the full board shortly after it happened, but no, the Parks Commission, I was chairing the meeting, and I said, is anyone willing to make a motion to talk about increasing the fees? And there was none. So it didn't go anywhere.
During the process, we talked about ways to increase some revenue and some things that were outlined by the Parks Director was the possibility of creating a recreation programmer. Do we feel we still have some interest in investigating that possibility, or what do you want to do with that?
Statement about
Would you like to hear from the
fee
Parks
increases.
Department manager on this, or?
Well,
He's here.
you know, I know Jason's here, and,
What is it?
you know, I think we've had this discussion, you know, and again, I tend to ask the Parks and Recreation Commission to look at this as part of their plan and come back to a recommendation for us. I would like to see this not being a recommendation from the top down, or however you want to define it,
Good point.
but.
I agree.
you
I
know,
will call the president when I get home
You know, I just,
and have her put it on
you know,
tomorrow.
it was pointed out as discussion, it was pointed out in the budget discussion.
Jason wants us to.
Jason, do you want to make comment on this? I'm just reading through my notes here as to what was discussed in the process, and
Yeah, Jason Jones, County's Parks and Recreation Director, and I appreciate the comments, the process you guys are going through. Commissioner Maxbauer, unless I'm misremembering, since we've had a board, I made a presentation to this commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission has not readdressed the fees for the pool. I think they were, and this is my interpretation, I think they were waiting on some action from the Board of Commissioners about taking further action. I don't think that's off the table for the Parks and Recreation Commission to address pool fees being further increased in 2014, unless,
Jason is exactly right. It was last year's board that shot the idea down, not the new one.
you know,
and it was discussed as part of our, we incorporated that 5% fee increase across the board for all of our facilities, but we've not addressed that issue again since this budget procedure was going on with the county board.
Okay.
and I guess the only comment that I would make is we would need to look at, if we're really going to look at a number, what does that 5% generate us in additional revenue toward the pool? You know, we have a cost of what the pool cost us to operate in 2013. What do we project that 5% is going to increase that? I'm assuming we're going to close that gap, you know, which I think is our goal.
Can we do anything with circuit court?
What I don't, well,
Do you want to look at these 11 parks and what it costs? and also
one
that
of the
part-time
things,
question?
one of the things I would ask, I guess, for Dave and Jen, there was a note and discussion during this process about the two full-time union lifeguards, and I believe both of those positions are currently vacant. Do we have the possibility at this time to eliminate those full-time lifeguards and go back to using them with permanent part-time help?
Gee, the contract expires, right?
We have an unfair labor practice on that very subject, don't we?
I can't hear her.
I can't either.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Jen.
Jen, I can't.
It's okay, I'm not,
I'm
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
not to
yeah.
talk.
I know, you're just over there babbling a little bit. I do that a lot.
Are you asking to eliminate them from the staffing plan?
That would be a wonderful thing if we eliminate them from the staffing plan, we don't hire
Or-
two new union full-time lifeguards.
Well, right now, we aren't hiring for them. It's staying, we have no posting for them, we have we are trying that with the part-time lifeguards to see if that will work that way.
I guess then that would be my way of encouraging them is to continue to try to see if we can meet the staffing needs with part-time personnel. I think there's a significant savings to the citizens of the community if we can do that. Chris?
Jen, does our contract state that we have 180 days?
6
You know,
months?
I know one of the guards left to manage another facility, Kevin. And now, from his date of resignation, does our contract say that we have to hire a full-time guard within 180 days?
No, it says we can use a temporary employee for up to 180 days.
Okay.
So there's no time limit around when we have to fill a position within the union, but I think you're referring to a temporary employee working full-time in a position. So a temporary employee working full-time cannot work longer than 180 days, 6 months,
But
in
if we could-
essence.
but if we
But
could
if you'd
fill it
have,
with-
there's another part-time classification of employees. So there's different classifications of employees, full-time, part-time, on-call, and temporary.
Okay.
They are using part-time or on-call employees
Okay.
under a certain number of hours to handle that.
All right, question. Do we have to fill those positions according to our contract? Do we have to fill any of those positions with full-time employees? Or don't you know the answer? If you don't know the answer, that's fine. I mean, obviously, you don't have it in front of you.
Yeah, I think if the county can show that, a different model to show some cost savings, so we can show cost savings to the union for filling the position a different way, which is what we're trying to do right now.
Okay.
It's kind of what we did with, actually, like the custodians, those that were around a few years ago. We, eliminated, laid off a group of custodians, maybe 7, I'm trying to recall from memory, but 7 employees, and brought in a contract. That contract, we had to show the union was considerably lower than the cost of the employees. So it was a cost savings to the county, and we
Okay.
showed that to them.
All right.
Does that help?
That was
It
11.
does. Thank you very much.
Dan?
What about just eliminating from the staff plan? And wouldn't that avoid all this
Well,
other stuff?
I think at this point, because of the existing labor contract with the Teamsters, in which those 2 members were, I believe it was Teamsters, correct?
Correct.
As long as there are positions in that Teamsters contract that's in place for those 2 positions, I think we're better off to move forward with the documentation that we can do it, provide adequate service with the part-time personnel, and meet the needs of the county, and document that there is a savings to the community for doing that. And then, if we can do that, when we renew that Teamster contract, those 2 positions will be struck from that contract, and then we'll eliminate them in the staffing plan. That'd be
Okay.
my recommendation. Agreed, Jen?
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions in that regard?
No?
Oh, all right, good.
Okay, Dave, we've had a couple different discussions in regard to Parks and Rec, trying to come up with what our facilities costs are in order to have a true picture of what it costs us to maintain and operate our parks. We need to have some sort of a accounting, if you will, of what our facilities department expends in each of those facilities. And I think if you could help us get that put together, I know it's not quite that simple as it sounds, but, in order to truly have a true picture of what it costs us to operate each of our parks, we need to know what the Parks Department spends in that facility and what our Facilities Department spends there.
And I do apologize, Jason, I have not emailed you that old spreadsheet I have yet. It's somewhere.
I forgive you.
Thank you. But I am looking. I know I've got it.
Okay, I think that takes care of Parks, Circuit Court, Friend of the Court Services.
Are pretty much 66% funded by the federal government, and so, you know, you cut a position, you cut a third of the position out of, as far as the money goes, and the other two-thirds comes from the federal government. And these folks deal with broken-up families, and they have a pretty high caseload, and they have a very stringent, you know, the state oversees the federal program, and they have an Office of Child Support at the state level that does nothing but badger Friends of the Court and their staff about, you know, all the little minutia of their jobs and how much time it's taking and how much they want to pay for it, and so they're working over there, and based upon caseload.
Their workload is very stressful, you know, because anytime you're dealing with two parents and one of them's going to have custody of children and someone else is going to be paying the bill, there's not two people in the room that are happy at the same time, I can tell you
Custody
that.
rights and all that
You know,
stuff.
their workload is horribly stressful, and I hope, you know,
But they have, you know, if you want stats from them, they've got all kinds of statistics.
you know, and I think we're very, you know, here's another department where we're very, very fortunate to have very highly qualified professional people serving in this community, because they do a great job considering their workload. Probate court, you know, the big variable in the probate court and the family court has to do with the child care fund, and it all depends on who comes through the system this week.
So true.
You know, I've seen, you know, I've sit here long enough to see us be in really good shape, and all of a sudden in November.
Scrambling for dollars.
All of a sudden in November, we take 5 kids out of a home and put them in an institution, and, you know, at $900 a day, all of a sudden, we're scrambling for money.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And the judge is very committed to keeping those families intact if she can, and finding treatment for those kids if she can. She's gotten up to speed very quickly on what it is to be a probate judge and a family court judge, and she's doing a good job. She's getting right into best practices. Came out of a county that was doing best practices and, you know, doing evidence-based, you know, determinations from the bench. She waits for the evidence to come in before she actually makes a ruling, and some judges won't do that. They're just like, what I think right now off the top of my head is what I'm going to do. And she's actually using all the tools that, you know, professional tools that are really good for, you know, keeping the costs in line and doing the right thing for the kids. So I'm impressed with Judge Stanton.
I think the other piece of that is their commitment to work with the families, not just the children. Because when we take these kids out of the home or whatever, put them in foster care or whatever, and then 6 months later, whether they're coming from foster care or an institution, and we put them back to the family, if that dynamics hasn't changed, the results aren't going to change. You know, so if we don't involve both the child and the family, we're not going to get the results that the community's that's going to be good for the community. So
The other big thing that she mentioned was, we do need a juvenile care center, a place to put our own kids, instead of having to send them home
That probably isn't gonna
wherever.
happen.
It's
We've
gonna
already been
take
through
some.
that
It's going to take some money, and it's going to take some time, but.
well, and we looked at that very extensively a few years ago, and actually cited it in the old Saban School. And we had some preliminary discussions with TCAPS at that time, that we could use one of their, you know, discontinued elementary schools would be an excellent facility for us to use, and then, you know, the dollars and the cents just didn't make Just didn't make sense, you know?
Lot cheaper sending them out.
It's a lot easier, it's really nice to talk about keeping them in the community, but when it costs of what it costs to build
ton.
and maintain and staff this facility, you know, it's one thing if you knew you were gonna have 100 kids every week, but we don't, you know, our numbers aren't there, you know, you know, when we have 5 kids, it's traumatic to us, but, you know, when you're talking about building these kind of facilities, you gotta have physical numbers of kids, or else you're gonna be bringing kids in from away from here, and I'm not sure we're prepared to do that either.
Yeah.
How many kids are normally involved in that kind of a situation with the court right now?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the number.
Or families, however you want to look at it.
Well, you know, I can tell you that in Midland, we had a 24-bed facility. We rented out about half of them, and the other ones were just our kids. And we also had a day treatment facility, which was adjacent to it. Some of the kids, you know, came to the juvenile care center, and their classes were held there. We actually brought the teachers in, you know, using Title IX money, I think it was. And so, you know, they gave the judge a lot of options to keep the kids, you know, these kids that were going off track, to get them back in with a group of people under a structured environment and get them back, you know, doing things and trying to straighten them out. And it's really a nice thing if you can afford it.
The
But it's a
daycare
very
fac-
expensive.
The daycare, the day programs work really good with the truancy problems.
Yeah.
How did that work in Midland, and what did it cost you?
Well, they had a 2-year millage to pay for the
No, millage
structure.
deal, okay.
And then the operating cost was offset partially by the bed rentals. And it was, but as time went by, you know, the bed rental, the number of kids that we were taking care of went up. It's really hard to tell you an exact number because some of these kids used to go to state institutions. We started a sex offender program. When we send a kid out because of sex offender, this kid's got these problems. We ended up bringing in $80,000 a year. We paid for a psychiatrist to come in and work with these kids and do some of these things. But when you talk about sending them out, it costs, you know, $160,000 a year just to put this kid in this facility, and they're maybe, you know, 11 years old, and they're going to be there until they're 18. Yeah.
How big was that facility, square footage?
Hard to say. I mean, I'm guessing 30,000 maybe, 5,000.
We'll drive them to Midland.
Is that something you could put in
They rent
an old
beds.
school or something like that, or do you have to build a new structure for something like that?
I don't know. It was,
Or a health
its
center,
design was
something like
like a
that?
jail. It
Oh,
was,
okay. It
the
was
part
secure.
of, the part
It's a
that's
secure
incarceration
facility.
facility is like a jail. It's a pod-based.
Well, and
It's got a little
there's-
bit more.
there's, you know, there's juvenile detention facilities and then there's juvenile treatment facilities, and they are significantly different,
Yes.
and they have to be kept separately.
We had both. We had, you know, it's had the gym, you know, basketball court, all that stuff.
Next.
Next.
Okay, is there anything else in regard to friend of the court and family court? I do see a note under circuit court, and I believe this
Domestic
comment
referee.
was made by Judge Power, that their domestic referees have a very difficult and important job, and their salary should be bumped. You know, I think that is just another indicator that whether we like it in 2014 or not, we do have to figure out some way to do it, some sort of a salary compensation study, or develop a plan. I'm not saying we're going to go out and pay somebody thousands of dollars to do another study, because God knows we've already had a couple of those, but we simply do have people that are not being paid for what they're doing. It is nice to note that the e-filing in the circuit court has saved $18,000 a year. That's half of a clerical position. Dave and Charlie spoke earlier about the discussion with the tribal leadership and regarding the collection from tribal memberships. 911,
I have one more question on courts, Sonny.
go ahead.
We did not get into to the discussion about our defined benefit, defined contribution situation over there? Is that something that's just not worthwhile pursuing, or?
I believe the defined benefit program is at the circuit court. It has to be dealt with through the negotiation with that labor union whose contract is up in 2014. And I am sure our negotiating staff will have that discussion, and we will have a discussion with them as to what direction we ask them to do. So, Dave, do you want to expand on
I
that?
mean, there've been a lot of court cases on what kind of power judges have over their staff. The most recent one, actually, Grand Traverse County was a big one, a big one. And it was a class action suit, and, you know, I was in counties that were a part of it, and we kind of lost that. And that's kind of the history is you lose when you go to court with judges.
Yes,
Big
really?
surprise.
No, you're not going
But
to have
we,
that.
just recently, there was a change in the,
But there recently was a change
Yeah,
in the
there was a
Charlevoix
change
County.
in the law, correct?
oh, not Charlotte, it was Kalkaska
Kalkaska
and,
County.
I think it's Otsego and
Yeah, oh, they got
one
into
of
a
those,
mess.
West County or Wexford, I
They
don't
spent $1
know.
million trying to fight that, and they
Well, they
lost.
spent a ton of money. Well, they won. And they won a very significant piece of a change in the way it works. The judges now have to prove that they can't hire anybody in these positions if we don't give them the benefits and the wages that they,
Ask for.
the way it was before is, we had to prove that the judges, you know, didn't have the authority to do that, or didn't have the right to do it, or the money to
Or we
do it, or
couldn't afford
whatever.
it.
But this case, it had to do with trying to jack all his people up to a B4, which is a 2.5% multiplier, retirement multiplier. And when it went through and a bunch of other things, you know, raises and things like that, and the three counties said, we can't afford that. And the final ruling from the Supreme Court was, no, they're going to have to prove that it's a reasonable and necessary expense of the court, that they won't be able to hire individuals without getting these benefits. And that's a very steep hill for somebody to climb, that they're not going to be able to hire a clerk because they haven't given a 2.5% multiplier and, you
Right.
know, full benefits and, you know, wages of this high.
And then they have 100 applicants. Yeah, it's a
So
little,
that's a much steeper hill for them to climb. But, after having said that, we have to go to the courts and talk to them about your negotiation strategy. We've set up a kind of a negotiation strategy, and we do it for all of our employees at once. We kind of say, this is what we're looking for, this is how much it's going to cost us if we do this and this and this. And in order to make that work, we think that, and we make a recommendation to you, and you approve it, or you change it, and you send us out to go and do it. Get that for us. With the judges, we got to go to the judges and say, this is what the plan is. You know, we need your cooperation to get it. Because they're going to have to sign that contract too. They are the employer of the court's employees.
Right.
And so, but even though we have the funding, you know, we're the funding units, that's what they call us, funding units. We're not much more than that to them. No, we actually are. But, and our judges are pretty good guys, but and lady now. But having said that, we have to go through that process. That's why I just want to make that real clear. They have a role in the process, and it's a very important role.
Charlie?
Whose task is that to make that presentation? Do you do that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
just
Yeah,
wondered.
I mean, we make
Well,
presentation
we
to
give you
you,
an
we
idea,
talk
and
about
then you
it.
take it.
Then you give it to
Okay.
us, and then we take it to them, and if they say, no, we don't want to do that, we don't want to change the defined benefit plan, then we have to come back to you and talk to you about what,
We will
this
have
is their
a-
argument.
I'm assuming that shortly after this process, we will have another closed session, discuss the negotiating strategies moving forward with all of the contracts that are expiring in 2014.
Good.
And then Dave and Jen will have their marching orders, and
Yeah.
they'll go see if we can get it done.
Yeah.
All right.
I would just
Larry?
hope that, it seems like there was a small opening in terms of the discussions about having future, not the current, we would just leave the current alone, and then all future staff members of the court would be on the defined contribution rather than defined benefits.
I think they're willing to talk to us
I think
about
there's a window on that they're willing to talk to us on, and that would accomplish, I think, Commissioner Rennie's
I
comment.
think you're right. Okay, so nothing else in regard to the courts. 911, you know, I think Jamel provided us some information last week in regard to what it would cost to make 911 self-sufficient. You know, I'm not sure that we
About
could
a $1.47 surcharge.
I don't
which
believe we'll
is-
get the FCC to approve that by any sense of the...
Oh, they wouldn't
but-
have to approve that. If we went with the voters with that,
Yeah,
they won't have any say in it.
No,
but
but
if you can get the voters to approve that, so. Larry?
we still need to have the evaluation of the two counties or the one counties that are moving forward with just a county commission vote
Right.
to
Yeah, the-
raise above what the current surcharge is by 86 cents, which would bring in, according to Jamel, an additional $1 million, which we can continue to bank and buy and cover operations and
Right.
equipment.
I think that's a great point, and the point was brought up about the board can do something with the surcharge. Obviously, a millage has to go before the public.
No.
So what is our potential as far as raising that surcharge, and how quick could that happen?
Well, that's the question that Larry's bringing up.
My
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
what is
Yeah.
it? What is the answer to that?
We don't have the answer.
I mean, the millage would be a
There
tough
is-
sell, I think.
Aren't we having Chris look into that?
Yeah.
Chris is looking into that, I think.
They're supposed to keep.
That's something we could do,
I am.
actually.
I'd be real thrilled if we could do that.
I would too. I think that would
Dan?
help.
Could we get it to the 147? We've got a little bump from the lawsuit we had.
Yeah, right. It's
14
got
cents.
86.
But could we as a board, if this is possible, get it to the 147?
Yeah, I think so.
It would be nice to have the people that use those services pay for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be fixed, but
But it's not.
they got hung up on well, we don't want to give you more than 2.7% more than you got last year. And that's, we were already contributing $1 million to 911, so, 2.7% is going to give us.
I guess
Now it's going to be $995,000.
I guess the only comment that I would make in regard to making 911 fully self-sufficient and the philosophy that the people that use it should pay for it is we supplement the sheriff's department, in our communities, we supplement fire departments and all of those things for the purpose of public safety. And 911 is also a significant piece of public safety. And, we have 100 fire calls in our community, but, that doesn't begin to pay for what it costs, to run a fire department. So, we have to remember that 911 is still a piece of public safety in this community. And one of the things that we have to remember is the 90,000 people are providing 911 service for 250,000 people all summer long. And we can't hardly expect that those 90,000 people are going to be able to pay that service on their cell phone bill or on their home phone line to provide that service available for all those other people. It is definitely a public safety component, and we, as a county, have to understand that we are going to supplement public service. Charlie?
Well, I honestly, I feel like fire, police, things are a little different than this program. And I think we could use that kind of money. We already have a surcharge. We are trying to cut our costs with increasing the surcharge, that sort of thing. I think it'd be a good one to go after and see what we can do. It's something that the board could do. It's something that could happen rather quickly, as long as we don't have these other issues you're talking about with Public Service Commission, that sort of thing. I don't know what kind of limits they put on these things or how we have to go through them for an approval. But we're talking $700,000 here. It would go a long ways towards our structural deficit and/or unfunded liabilities, things like that.
I agree with you.
Dan?
Why do I have the idea that other counties, 911 is self-funded? Why do I have that idea?
You
That's
do.
correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so
Some are.
Their surcharge funds their entire operation.
would you say most of them are? Or are we,
No, I think it's a hodgepodge. I couldn't tell you exactly how each one of them structured yet.
I'll bet
It's,
less than half
you
are
know-
fully funded.
okay.
Part of it has to do with what the Public Service Commission was giving them, which was not equal in comparison to other counties or their population. And so other communities were getting fully funded. Of course, they might be smaller counties, and we were a larger county, and they weren't willing to give us the necessary amount. That's why all the 911 directors said we need to join in a lawsuit against the Public Service Commission to make,
What started that?
to make ourselves whole, and then they settled to the 80,
To the 86 cents.
moving it from 60 to 86, whatever the 86 cents was.
80?
66 to 80.
66 to 80.
Which,
80?
which still isn't sufficient for us, but it might be sufficient for other counties.
Chris?
I would very much like a number for the equipment that is needed for 911. A solid number. And I say that because I would like us to put this in front of the voters. If we cannot convince or educate or inform our voters to the point where they would not support. Now,
That's when it went down.
I understand that, but I'm not talking about a permanent millage. I'm talking about something that sunsets that ends, that is specifically for upgrading our equipment. Number one, we should be able to explain why we need the equipment. You know, what the difference in technology is from what we've got to what it could be today. I understand, as Jamel said, that almost the day that you install your equipment, it's starting to become antiquated. I've got that. You go buy a computer, you walk out the door, and you know what? It loses value in a week. I've got that. But I do believe that there is I believe the public would support if we could explain to them, look, we can't do texting right now.
Right.
This would allow us, and everybody texts, everybody does. This would provide this service, this service, this service, and sunset it. I think that we need to look at that as a
I
board.
think the way that would be done would be as a bond issue to make a one-time purchase of
Absolutely.
upgraded equipment.
That's the way to do it.
You know, in order to do that, you better very well explain exactly what you're
Absolutely.
going to buy.
Absolutely.
And
That's why I
be-
want a number.
And be realistic about your expectations.
Yes.
You know, we've been here long, some of us at least have been here long enough to remember when we did the 911 millage before and got our tails kicked, but.
I'm not talking about operating.
But that was an equipment upgrade.
That was an all equipment.
But the problem with that is we looked at equipment. At the same time, the state was implementing the 800 service, and the state police was saying, well, we can provide you 800 service for nothing, but it didn't work. So we got kicked very badly. And the other problem we had is when we did the upgrade, or if we had done the upgrade as it was outlined, we would have lost our ability to communicate with some of our surrounding counties because the systems were not compatible.
Sonny,
And so that's-
things are
those
different now, though. The texting is
Yeah.
huge.
Oh,
And
yeah,
when you tell
in case you're
people,
curious, not all of us text, but that's.
well, but many do.
Oh, yeah, I know people, you don't believe it, go to any restaurant, and these kids are sitting there texting you instead of eating dinner, but, yeah.
I have to tell you, I see them in cars doing this.
All right.
That drives me nuts.
No,
but-
I think there is a legitimate need to compile some numbers and come
Yes.
up with a realistic number of what it would take to make an adequate
Yes,
upgrade
not
of
the
our
Rolls
technology.
Royce.
An adequate upgrade
But-
of our 911 equipment.
Thank you, I agree.
Charlie?
I thought Jamel, when she made her presentation, stressed the need for collaboration now with other areas.
Yeah.
These boundaries for wireless don't stop at the county line. They overlap. A lot of calls overlap from one district to another. I thought she was trying to say we should look at this collaboration as well as the capital improvement to see if we could help on a regional basis. Fits in with the governor's regional prosperity and all that. There could be grants and things like that if we collaborate. And I think that would let us buy better equipment from the Giddy Up if it could cover more than just our county.
Yeah,
If we
and
all went together.
You know, they have applied for the grant already.
Yeah, I know something about it. I don't know the
And
details of that.
there's 6 counties involved, I believe. No, maybe it's 10. I think it stretches from Alpena, Benzie, Leelanau. I don't know if Misaki's involved,
5,
but
6,
it's
something.
pretty much, you know, Emmett's
Yeah.
in there, and
Antrim for sure.
and then CCE's got its own thing, but we would actually become collaborative with them. And that would kind of allow us to joint purchase and do some other, get on one type of system,
Correct.
you know, kind of same software, same everything. That's really important. But each one, the model that's used in UP, each jurisdiction has to have their own equipment. I mean, they have to pay for their own center. If they want a
Right.
PSAP, a public safety answering point, like we have upstairs,
Right.
and they got to pay for that infrastructure. So it's, yeah, I mean, we still need the $147, but we'd probably be able to, you know, cut costs and maybe even not levy the whole $147, or that'd
Now,
be
we've had,
a nice
over the
position to
years,
be
we've
in.
had multiple discussions about joint dispatch centers, you know, and we never get past the geographic boundaries. We just, you know, we have all kinds of discussion, but we never get past it. You know, now, that being said, we've been able to put equipment in, so if something happens that we go down, Leelanau County can dispatch for us, or we can dispatch for them. We now deal with Leelanau now instead of Kalkaska. Kalkaska we used to be locked in with Kalkaska, but there was some other issues that were involved. But Leelanau now, because with their when they built the new jail, they put in a new dispatch center. So with the upgrades of their equipment and our equipment, you know, we can patch back and forth. So that does help. But all right, anything else in regard to 911 stuff? We're going to try to put together an upgrade, what it actually costs. MSU extension. You know, I think we are what we are for the 2014 budget. You know, I've told Pat that, you know, I'm still interested in having additional discussions before we see the 2015 budget.
Don't get on that 4-H thing.
I don't have a problem with that position, but.
I have a question about, I have a question. The MSU, we have a contract with them, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that goes to what year?
2015, 16?
16, I think.
We're in the middle of a 5-year contract.
Yeah, it's either 16 or 17. I think it's through the end of 2016, if my memory is
I
correct.
thought we were in the 3rd year of this contract.
I think it's through the end of 2016.
So my question is, can we legally do anything different because we have a contract with them?
Here's where it gets complicated. We have a contract with the MSU Extension to provide core services and to pay 50% of the cost of the 4-H coordinator. That contract, if my memory is right, is like $86,000.
Yeah.
But our final appropriation to MSU Extension for 2014 is what, 263?
Something like that?
You know, so between $86,000 that's under contract and $263,000 that we're actually appropriating, what specifically services are we getting provided in between? You know, and that's the discussion that I have regularly with them in that regard. You know, I know that MSU Extension provides a lot of huge services to our community, you know, and the budget's in place for 2014, but before we see the 2015 budget, I will really want to have some discussion about exactly what's in that other $180,000.
Okey dokey.
Thank you.
Moving on.
5 o'clock. Motion.
Drain commissioners, you know, basically all of the questions. Did anyone have anything else to add about that? Looks like we answered all of the questions in here. We didn't have anything highlighted.
Nope.
All right. That brings me to the end of the 2014 budget review notes. The obvious question is, where do we go from here?
Well, let me tell you, in the last second here, that I plan on bringing in this projection things, where the lines have projections on them. And we're going to take some looks at different ways that things might shake out. If revenue sharing is restored, if it's not restored, if TIF 2 ends at the end of 2015, if the unions agree to the same package that we did last year in 2013 with the 3 units, if we get all the other units to agree to the exact same package, I'm going to put that together and put those numbers into the projection. I'm going to project what we're going to see health increases, health insurance increases, let's say by 8%. I'm going to throw that in there and see what that looks like. What happens if the ARC, the actuarial required contribution goes up, like we thought it would last year, or if it might go down as a result of having a 25% increase in our investments in 2013. A savings from the reduction, well, that's a part of the union contract, or the union contract discussions. And then the personal property tax eliminations, or if the local match hold harmless gets enacted by the legislature, what that would mean. And put all that, wrap it all up into a ball and show you what the new projection looks like. I think, plus the fact that now we have 2013 numbers in there, the fact that we came in $711,000 to the good in 2013, that changes our number, and where the
Our swing
the
for
slide goes.
2013 went
The slope
from like
goes.
$1.3 million. Because
I know.
That's huge.
Huge.
And, if our crystal ball doesn't get too cloudy here, with the things that we're seeing coming out about, if we are in fact made whole on the personal tax exemption, and if we're somewhat, revenue sharing is reinstated, and we don't get the MERS contribution that we had anticipated that we're going to get, all of a sudden we're in, we're not in Fat City, but we're in a whole lot different position than we were 6 months ago when we were having these preliminary discussions. So I guess what I'd like to do is ask Dave, what kind of a timeline do you think it will take to compile that information to where we should have another budget meeting to prepare that?
Well, I'm going to try and hit next week. If I can't hit that deadline, I'll let you know, and we'll move it back.
Is this Wednesday you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Do we want to schedule a meeting?
I just want to make a quick
I guess from
presentation
my
to you to show you
perspective,
that.
I'd like to not have 2 budget meetings scheduled each week now for their.
I would agree.
So I guess I'm prepared to, at least if we think there's a purpose for it, I'm willing to schedule another budget meeting from 3 to 5 each Wednesday in March to try to
Yes.
to finish this up.
I would agree.
with that.
Is that
Yep,
Yeah,
acceptable to everyone?
Yep.
it is with me.
yep.
Now, Dave, would you
So-
let us know if this next Wednesday's the first one, or how was that going to work?
Yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, I'm still playing with the model, and I've got to call the guy that created it and make sure that I'm doing it right so that I don't give you bad information. I want to make sure it's
Well,
working perfectly.
I think what I would suggest is that we go ahead and schedule a budget meeting for next Wednesday from 3 to 5, and we will have the opportunity to review at least some of these numbers that we've identified here that we should be able to have in place. Dave will have some projections as to what we have. If nothing else, we're going to be able to have projections based on what our actual numbers for 2013 were. And that change all by itself is going to make a significant
Well,
difference to us.
that fixes the 2014 problem that,
Right,
that we kicked into
basically,
2014. Now
The
it's
money
already
that came
most
back
of it's
at
fixed.
the end of 2013 fixes 2014.
I love it when that happens.
Right, but,
Yeah.
Well-
are you predicting a 21,000 down next year? Is that what you're doing?
I'm not, no.
Okay, I'm just saying, it could look great this year, but next year it could be different.
Yeah.
Well, right.
It really does hinge on revenue sharing and personal property taxes. And
And those are
the,
things we're not going to have the answer
retirement
for
money.
in the next 2 weeks either.
no, we're not going to have them until the middle of the year.
But the fact is that, at least for right now, I'm comfortable with the fact that our our actual numbers for 2013 fixes 2014. So it gives us, not that we don't want to stay here and do due diligence is moving forward in this process, but I don't think we have to go in here and chop a whole lot of stuff out of the 2014 budget in order to, be comfortable about where we're going to be being fiscally responsible to the citizens of our community in 2014. Dan?
I just, and wind up here, I don't know if I'm the person to say this, but I'm really proud of all of us. We've done a lot of work, all of us here, our staff and each one of you commissioners. I hope the community realizes that we really put in work and thought into this, a lot of love and intention. And I want to congratulate you all. You've done a great job. And now what we do with it from here is important, but this was quite a track race, and we did a good job.
Well,
it was worth the time.
I think the biggest thing to me about this process, and we all know that I'm sure it's been pretty obvious that I've been a little frustrated with the process at least once or twice.
No.
But I hope if there is a benefit that came out of the process, is the fact that not only was the commission educated as to the services that were provided in our community, but because we're televised and they're public meetings, that the community had the opportunity to be educated as to services that we, the Grand Traverse County, provide the citizenship of our community. And if there's any benefit to this process, that is the key benefit that I think is important, is through this process, we've been able to educate the community as to the services that we provide. Charlie?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. We came into this process, I thought it would be helpful in kind of a different way than it's been helpful. It's been the best orientation I can tell you a commissioner could have would be to get with these department heads, see what they do, what's mandated, what's not. I thought we were going to go in here and start looking for dollars, and I'm a little disappointed initially when we didn't. But I still think it was a very, very worthwhile a project that we took on. I really do.
Yeah.
Overall, and that's from the commissioner's standpoint and the public standpoint.
It was a good exercise for us.
I don't think we're done looking for dollars. I mean, we've asked the administrator for some information, and there are opportunities, I believe, that are out there.
All right, this would bring us to the second opportunity for public comment. Is there anyone wishing to make comment at this time? Yes, ma'am.
What? What's that?
This is just for the information for the public that are viewing, as well as the commissioners, in case you get any comments. I'm Chris Kramer. I work for the commissioners. The transmission today on computers was absolutely horrible. We were not able to get a lot of the visual or the audio out of it. Leah and Charter were both working on it. We believe that the television broadcast was fine. It appeared as though that came across okay. So just hopefully all the rebroadcasts and the upload that'll be on the website tomorrow will be okay. But I just wanted to apologize to everybody and let them know to watch the rebroadcast, because that should be fine. So,
Thank you.
sorry about that. We were working on it, but we're not sure what exactly happened.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Any other public comment? Seeing none. we'll
Motion to
entertain a
adjourn,
motion
Mr.
to adjourn.
Chairman.
So moved. All gone. Thank you, everyone.
I think so.
Thank you.